Launcher.
Yes, there is a main account. Okay. Speaker 8 credential papi mouse?
Non, non. Speaker 7 mouse, 8 mouse. Mon call speaker, c'est-à-dire Kérin, prochain speaker.
Ouais, jadi hang on toi. Pour moi, parce que à moi, je peux check mauvais stream là.
Et qui y a chata DK6, non, DK6, 6R. Data engineer. Kérin, tu essayes dans moins que 5 secondes pour là. Ok, tu vas essayer maintenant. J'ai besoin de regarder quoi avant là. Tu sais, même credential. Il y a attends, j'ai besoin de regarder quoi avant là, puis tu vas sign in.
Ok.
Je peux check stream toujours, je pas trouve une jokin fixer ça. Je pas comprendre l'initial.
Et toi, là, toujours, il n'y a pas de clip, c'est au plat, tu as fait record local.
Je fais ça. Let me try something. Quand on met le split 2, je peux gagner dirige toi et je peux gagner Skype. Je peux payer marketing.
Chose, qui a une application Skype sur le serveur web?
Application.
Et tu sais, moi aussi,
Ouais, c'est bien.
Attends, laisse-moi le full screen. Full speaker, et black, click out. It's not okay. Je mets le full screen plus speaker. On peut gagner sur l'écran. Full screen. Ok, on a fait bizarre là. Ta caméra est belle là. Moi, pas gagner sur screen share. Moi, pas gagner toute caméra.
Il y a, en fait, un problème sur account Skype, c'est une fait là.
Tu crois ça?
Yeah. Papa, OBS, si pique ça, pique comment expliquer là.
Non, mais les bizarres,
Attends,
parce que tu fais
j'ai ça issue là, je qui est technique de toi.
Attends, split 2, moi, trouve moi avec toi, c'est correct? Split 3, moi, je peux trouve Kérine et moi, toi. Sauf que mon papier, gagner des plaques. Ça veut dire, comme on vient de split 3, moi, check speaker 7. Et comme on vient de full speaker, là, c'est dépendant. Et comme on check full screen plus speaker, moi, sur l'écran. Sorry. Désolé, guys. Some technique. So, the live is working, but the problem is I cannot get Karen's video. Karen, qu'est-ce que tu veux faire là? Tu mets la présentation de full screen.
Ok.
Mettez le full screen. Ce qui me fait switcher. Bon, pour que je connaisse toujours autant que normal, je commence à introduire autant que j'ai. Ce que de toute présentation, probably your face won't appear. C'est juste le slide qui va appear. At least with this, a problem. Good. Attends, on va finir transition dès que je trouve vidéo YouTube, on peut causer un petit peu. Là, on peut finir et là, on peut dire, OK, I give it to you, Karen. The session is closed now. Let's see.
Bonne chance à Banela toujours.
Hey Girish, I think the audio has been sorted out. I can see the audio mixer now. It's green, and I can tell you we are live, probably with a few minutes of delay.
Yes.
So, oh no, I think it's way better than previously now, because I can see we are live on the live stream of YouTube. On your side, can you just check quickly if there's sound,
Yeah,
or maybe I'll just.
I can hear it, but I think we need to increase the sound a bit. You can you access the audio mixer right now?
Yeah, sure. Let me do that. I'll try to increase it a bit. Is it better now? Maybe we can ask people in the live chat.
Hello.
Hey guys, is the sound okay now? Okay, I sent
Better.
this.
Yes.
I see that we have around 20 people on the live stream, so probably if the sound is okay. Hey, okay, somebody says that the volume is extremely low. Wait, what I'm Girish, can you just keep talking to people? In the meantime, I'll see if there's anything else that I need to do.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
start by
okay, sound is
introducing
okay.
our podcast. This podcast will be about big tech giants. So, in theory, we haven't prepared anything specific. It will be a
Yes,
conversation between me and Ish, and you guys. You're welcome to talk on whatever topic you want. You can ask us questions. You can tell us about your opinions. When you hear about big tech giants, we have IBM, we have Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple. What comes to your mind? Talk to us.
exact,
Let us know
ex
about your opinions. Yeah, let's
ex
have a conversation.
exactly. That was our idea. When we were thinking and we were talking about the different topics about the podcast that we can do, the first podcast in Kryptone was like, okay, let's just talk about big tech giants. Okay, remove the word big. Let's talk about tech giants. Uh, Does anybody among you have a personal story you would like to share? I will start with one, and then maybe that could give you an idea on the kind of discussion we want to take this podcast. So, okay, this might give an idea about my age. So, 2 decades ago, I was an intern at a local tech company, and from there, I got my first experience using an IBM computer. When I say IBM computer, I got the chance to use, the IBM towers at that time. I think it was called Think Center. I got my first experience using an IBM ThinkPad. And ever since, it was love at first sight. And even though after a couple of years later, so I'm talking about 2001, and a couple of years later, IBM completely sold their personal computer line. I think they sold it to Lenovo, and they kept only the server and the mainframe business. But ever since, my love for ThinkPad stayed, and even now, I'm a big fan of the Lenovo ThinkPad. Every new design that comes, I have a look at that. And this is my story with one big tech giant of how, I fell in love with something, and every time IBM is announcing something new, I do tend to keep a look. I'm on lookout. I see what they are doing, new stuff that they're working on. Does anybody among you have such kind of stories to share? And before you guys say anything, I'm gonna ask Girish. Girish, how old are you?
18. I'm
Okay,
actually
Girish is
18.
okay. He's extremely young. So, if we put the question to you, what comes to your mind when we say big tech giants?
Well, first, I would like to tell you that you've got an amazing story because I've never seen an IBM tower in my life. That will surely give you an idea of how old you are.
I'm
But yeah,
when I'm saying IBM Tower, I'm talking 2001. So it was an era where Apple, I think, was still coming out of a managerial crisis. So The iPhone, the iPad, the iPod did not exist. Android did not exist. Smartphones hadn't really picked up yet. Maybe the first smartphones from Nokia were still about to come. So I'm really talking an era where internet was still on dial-up. So around that time, I saw the first IBM ThinkPad and I fell in love with that. And ever since, when I look at the Big Blue is a nickname for IBM. I'm always amazed of how, they try to innovate. And most recently, okay, now we have a lot many bigger giants, tech giants in the industry. We've got Apple, of course, after the managerial crisis of the mid 90s or maybe the late 90s, it really grew big and kept on growing. We have Google, we have AWS now, Amazon Web Services. Well, Amazon started by selling books, but today you can see at the size of the company what it has become. I think it has recently joined, not joined, but it has been named the first $1 trillion company. Okay, that's Amazon. And when I look back, like 2 decades ago, I won't go three decades ago because I was, I did not exist. I think no, I still existed. So uh, tell me a little bit about your story. You're much younger. You but I'm sure by the time you have started using technology and technological devices, there was broadband, there were much faster computers. So
That, that's true.
for you the picture of tech giants might be completely different from mine.
Uh,
So what's your experience?
when you tell me about big tech giants, I don't have anything that amazing as you have. For me, when you say big tech giants, and I think about companies like Facebook, Amazon, Apple, these three came to my mind. Why? You talked about Amazon. Recently, I just read about a news where Amazon actually banned someone selling a book without any reason, without any reason on their platform. I don't know why. Even Amazon couldn't answer that question. We also have a situation where Apple banned Epic Games and even a lot of developers from the App Store without any reason. Facebook doing things without any reasons. Actually, for me, when you say big tech giants, one thing that comes to my mind is they have a lot of power. They have
All
too
right,
much
I'm going to stop you
over
here.
us. Yeah.
Because you took the conversation in a very interesting direction. All right, you're young. Your perspective about technology, about big companies is different. You mentioned Facebook. All right. So, what
Yes.
is your opinion as a youngster, as a young internet user? What is your opinion on the Cambridge Analytica scandal?
Huh. Cambridge
Go.
Analytica. This is a big thing. This is actually something that showed a lot of people what's actually happening while you're using the internet. Let me first start by talking a bit about what was Cambridge Analytica.
Okay, go
So
on.
actually, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was during the Trump's election, right?
Mm, yes, it was. It came to
And
light because of the
yeah,
Trump's
came to light during that time.
because of that election, but the scandal does not involve
Started,
only
yeah,
the American elections, but the elections of in
yes,
different
that's true.
countries.
What was happening? Okay, let's forget that. What was happening during the Cambridge Analytica was that Facebook was selling your personal, we won't say data, but actually the way you interact on Facebook, like how much do you give on a fashion post? How much do you give on a technological post? Things like that. How much time you log into Facebook? how much time do you stay on Facebook. These are actually things that help them to identify how you are as a person. I will try to put it in a better perspective. If someone is liking, for example, cars pictures, and he's someone that follows, I don't know, a family group or something like that, then maybe he wants to buy a family car. This is really not how it goes, but just to get an idea. Maybe someone is searching for cars, blah blah blah, and he's also part of it. He's a family guy. We know he's a family guy. He posts pictures with family. He has a kids. He has a wife. Blah blah blah. So they know that this guy needs a car. They will show him ads of people selling cars at I mean those who use Facebook as a sponsor. This is not something I think is ethical. It's if you look at it like a business perspective, it's really good. Like Facebook actually says that this helps us to find what we want. But I think that this is actually influencing us to buy things that they want us to buy.
So
They want
if I understand you correctly, you find this method of advertising to be intrusive.
Yeah, it is. Like make as if we have a small company trying to grow, and that company doesn't have the actual capital to pay Facebook for advertising. Okay? And X
Yes.
company that is already extremely big and maybe not even that good, maybe that company was good, but with gaining reputation and things like that, he decided to degrade their product, but still, he still have an influence on us to buy his products. Let me tell you something. Apple actually, sorry to divert the topic. Apple actually banned Epic from the App Store just because Epic didn't use the payment systems that Apple provides. The payment systems that Apple provides, Apple should, I think it's 30% of each payment Apple should get if I pay you like X amount of money, if I pay Epic X amount of money through the Apple Pay system, Apple gets 30% of that. So by default, Epic has to increase the price to match up with their requirements. When Epic tried to pass the payment directly to Epic, like from the app directly to Epic without going through the Apple system, they banned the app. They banned Epic development on Apple Store. How do you explain that? Don't you think that Apple has too much power to take that decision?
Well, it is only we consumers that gave them that power. It's a bit like politics, you know. It is the citizens of a country that vote certain people to be running the country, and then in the end, you end up finding that those people, politicians, end up feeling like they are too powerful. And I think this applies also to big tech giants, because they became big, they became a giant thanks to the consumers. If we do not buy those products, then they won't have the money. But once they have the money, they grow big, they start dictating how things should be. For example, when you mention the Facebook things, Facebook today, Google today, through the ads with Google searchers and the Google ads on different websites, they are trying to dictate how we should consume internet and how we should decide what we are going to buy, when we are going to buy. So yes, earlier when you were saying, I mentioned the word intrusive because even I find it intrusive. And hey Girish, when I'm looking at the time, I see it is 11:48. Yeah. Maybe we really messed up in the morning, and now we have to reduce our podcast and make it a bit shorter. And we get ready for our next speaker. So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Aditya Bola, who thinks like a panda, because the title of his presentation is Thinking Like a Panda. And actually, he's going to speak about Python programming and how he's using it. So, just a few words about Aditya. Aditya's the guy with a sapphire and a shirt, and I think a very fancy T-shirt. You can see in the photo on his sessionized profile. Uh, well, you just have to look at conference.msc.mu and you will see that. So Aditya is a data analyst at LSL Digital. Now, I also work at LSL Digital, so I know Aditya personally. So, guys, in let's say 10 minutes, Aditya is going to start the presentation. So we are signing off here and we will see you again in 10 minutes for some fun. And let's hope that we do not encounter any further technical issues and that this live stream is okay now. So cool. Girish, anything
Yeah,
else
I think
before we sign off and we meet again in 10 minutes with our speaker, Aditya?
I just I just think that I just hope that there's no further problems and everything goes fine now. Guys, we'll meet you in I think 10 minutes. Yeah, Aditya's talk start at noon. So
I
yeah,
I see I see Ubaid's comment about being the devil's advocate. All right. Unfortunately, we are not going to continue on the topic of big tech giants. Maybe in the other podcasts that we have, if we can take 10 or 15 minutes to talk about it, we'll do it. I also see a comment by Rangan when we mentioned Aditya Bola. He said the lawyer. Of course, a lot of people who are the usual suspects of DevCon know that a few years ago when Aditya came to the developers conference for the first time, he had recently completed his LLB. All right, and today Aditya chose to become a data analyst. He chose to work in the tech industry rather than going to work, for a barrister in a law firm. So maybe this part, when we will start the session with Aditya, we can just, pick it up during his introduction and ask him if he would like to send a specific message for our dear friend Rangan here. Guys, we'll see you maybe in less than 10 minutes now. And okay, this is getting interesting in the chat now. Yes, we'll see you in less than 10 minutes. We'll get things ready with Aditya and make sure that the sound is okay, the video is okay, screen sharing is okay. See you again. All right, guys? Okay. Just give me 1 second. split 3, and transition is here. Can you guys speak? All
Yes.
3 of you?
I think we are up live. Yeah.
No, you're not. You're live, but your audio is not. Girish, can you introduce our next speaker, please?
Okay, but if I put you up, I can
Audio's
see
fine.
my also.
Go on.
Okay, yeah,
Introduce our
introduce
next speaker.
Good. Yeah. So Aditya, who likes our next speaker, just introduce in our last podcast. Yeah. So Aditya was in the before entering the IT community, the IT field, and he has a lot to share with us. So I probably leave the live to him. Aditya, you may start.
Hello everyone. So I am Aditya, and I will be guiding you to discussion in Bangladesh. I work as a digital editor, just as you said, and most of my work comprises of logging, pre-processing, data, and then making beautiful charts so that management can take informed decisions based on raw data. It enables us to work easily and intuitively. What is that nearly all of the is it is online. And by rating is really fast to execute. Now let's start.
Think there was an echo. The YouTube live stream and confirm if there's an echo. I'm speaking right now, and let me know if on the live stream there is the echo. So no, I think my voice is not getting on the live stream. Wait.
I think we should try again. Try talking again.
Okay, Harnom is saying that the echo is gone when Ish is speaking. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it back to Aditya. Aditya, maybe if you could very briefly wrap up the thank you very much.
And I as data analyst. And again, shout out to Ryan because he made me switch fields. It's because of him that I'm in IT now. So in my role as a data analyst in the company, what we will do is process before management and inform decisions based on this data. What do is package which provides very fast, flexible, and accurate data structures over above Python or went. Why is Pandas so popular? Because it is based on it operates. See, so have a primary universe, and that is. Now let's start with the phenomenon of a code which is for pandas as PD. That's which is very widely used. Just PD. As a binary query, we plug the key first, and each key we use to clean the data itself. Now this is manually created in pandas. Let me run this code, and then you can see this is how data frame is presented. Basically, at its heart, it's just not binary. Pandas, yes.
The line people requesting that you're calling module is more like a string.
Okay. You should let him continue. And then, okay.
You can probably.
I think it's in the internet, not the sound. Maybe it's
On Skype, I can hear you well. It's clear, but on the live stream, it's a bit different. So maybe we can continue, and then the recorded video is going to be better. Okay.
okay. Yeah.
All right.
So here's how pandas will be shown. Now, not all of the time that we are going to create a data frame from scratch and key in the data. Most of the time we are going to read it from files such as JSON, CSV, or an Excel sheet. So how to do that is, well, for the beginning, I'm using a Python notebook here called Google Colab, and I've linked it with my Google Drive where there are sample data, which all of this I will share on my GitHub later, so you can download and play with it. And on Google Drive, I have these files, these sample data files, which I'm going to import and show you how you can do different kind of imports using pandas. So the first thing is a CSV file. Importing a CSV is just as simple as using pd, the .csv, then the file name or the file path. And when I run this, it has been imported. Now I'm setting an option to just display the 10 rows because the data frame is huge. Running this, sales data, here we can see the CSV file which has been imported as a pandas data frame. This is it with name, name, birthday, customer, and all. And if you want, we can also use basic Python functions on the data frame, such as type, to know what type of data is it, or even the length of the data frame. Next, I'm going to show how to import a JSON file. Basically, same above, simple JSON, and this is the data frame. For Excel, the same. It's pd.read Excel. Now for Excel, add some parameters such as use calls, which specifies what specific columns we are going to use import in the data frame. Here I specified just column A and B, which is birthday. So these are the different methods that you can use to import data inside the data frame. Now the Next interesting thing is pandas. Inbuilt method just to play with the data or make simple calculations, statistical calculations. First thing is head. Head just provides as a default the first 5 rows of the data frame. And if you want to change it, just change this change the parameter number how much ever rows that we want. Now, if you want the last rows, like the last 5 rows, it's just the tail and then the number of rows that you want. Now, this one, salesdata.info, is really interesting because it provides an overview on how it is stored inside the data frame. So the first thing is that it shows what type of data, what type of object it is. Right? Then the range of the index. There's a 1,000 trees where the range starts from 0 and ends with 999. How many colors there are? There are 7. And what is the index? The column. So it's 0 to 6. The column name. And this it shows the no values. Rows which are not empty. So in this particular data frame, all the rows have been filled, so there's 1,000 full rows with values. Then it will show what kind of data is inside each column. Now, for pandas, it treats all string and characters as an object. So I'm saying most of the rows, the data type is an object, while for units and unit price, it is respectively int64 and float64. It also shows how much memory is being used by this particular data frame. Now, the function read CSV or even read Excel, they have over 50 parameters that we can use to customize reports. If I run this line, you can see these are all the parameters that can be used, memory map, comments, and all that. And just the documentation that I'm good with. There's too much. One interesting thing is the parameter pass date. So as we can see, the column order date and birthday, they have been identified as objects or strings. With pass dates, we can specify which column contain a datetime object. Then, by running it and doing info, you can see that pandas has passed the columns birthday and order date as datetime objects, basic Python datetime. It doesn't change how the data frame looks. It only changes the detected data types. Now, when we use pass date, it uses a US standard format, which is month. But if you want to change that, then to international European, the parameter to use is date first. Now, those with who want statistical data very fast, the function to use, the method to use is describe. By running this, we can already have an overview on what kind of data frame is it, whether how many values there are with count, what is the average, what is the standard deviation, minimum values, 35th percentile, 50th percentile, 75th, and the mark.
Can you speak slowly?
Okay, yes, I'll speak slow. Yeah. I heard you. Let's speak.
Yes.
people are saying that the Azure is definitely breaking and it's very bad and so it's a bit slowly because I understood the audio settings to the max on my here and what it is and internet connection is really breaking the wave sky. Even if some audio beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
try. Speak.
maybe do not put the volume for the microphone be too high. No. Okay. Go on.
So, applies relations as in the navigation uh, if numerical and columns which stores integers or floats. So that's why we can see these functions that have been applied to the column units and unit price. Now, the good thing when we have performed all of these data manipulations, calculations, and all that, we have to export it. Some cases we have to export it to an Excel or CSV. So that is it's just a simple kind of sales. Here in my case, I'm using sales data JSON. It's to Excel, and then the file name. Now we have interesting parameters in the index. If you want to keep this index we see here, then the index is equal to true, and the column A, the column A will be the index column. As in this case, I'm not storing the index, so I keep it false, and I can even specify what sheet it's going to be. Now, if I run this, and here I have saved it in my Google Drive folder, and if we click it, we can see that it has been exported to Excel. Now let's move to the section, which is data selection indexing in Pandas. Okay, so in Pandas, there are data frames and series. What is series is basically a Python list, but we can simply put it like a Python list, but it also stores what kind of data type is being stored in that list. So to create a series, it is pd.series, then Python list we put in the data, and it's going to show up like this, with the data type here being an int64. To access these data stored in the series, just as what we do with a Python list, it is basically the same. We use an index assist. If I get the first number, it index 0, so it gets out 3. It gives out 3. You have to extract numbers from 3 to 6. Then it's again 3 column 6, just the same as the Python list. The last 3 number that series is just column 3. Now there's also a method called ilog, which we can use. It performs the same function as above, but we can add in other pandas function such as .sum or mean to get this. If I add mean, it's going to give the mean of these three numbers. Now, the added advantage of using pandas series over a typical method, aside from the fact, is that we can also change the index. Now, here I have assigned a specific index to the series above. And to do that, I have used a for loop and ABCD up to Z. It's going to replace the index 0 to 9 with ABCD. And as you can see, it has done that and it has been replaced. Now, here, if you want to access a typical value, you can do it with the label, and this is done the same way as we do it for a Python dictionary, with square braces, then in quotes the label. So here I have used the. Now the Pythonic way to do it is to use indexes, obviously, and we can still do that. If we want to get a range, we can do it again by indexes or even by label, which includes here D2F. Now let's say if we want to have multiple ranges, if you want to extract out multiple ranges from the read, we can't. This is the way to do it because it can't do it. What we have to do is to concatenate different data from different series, values obtained from different series. So here I have extracted D2F from this series, then I also extract I to J, and then I use the function concat from pandas to concatenate the results obtained from series F, D2F, and series I to J, which then gives me a combined series D to J. So D, F, and IJ. Now let's see what happens if I have used indexes which are not unique. Here I have reinitialized the index with double T's and everything A's. And you can see here's the index. If I'm going to specify a unique value, it will going to unique index, sorry, it's going to output the result. But since they are repeating A's, unique, it will give out an error. This only works if the index is unique. An example here is X to Z, and X to Z are unique, so it can fit out the series without any issues. Here I have used lock. What lock provides is basically the same like lock, but you use it for labels instead of index values. Next, what we have is data frames. I'm going to run this function, which will provide me with a function override so that I can show you which rows and columns are being extracted. So again, first I'm going to import my data frame. And here it is. Then, if I'm going to show you how to extract a column or a row. Now I've used as style method, which is inbuilt so that I can show you which column is being extracted. Here in my case, I choose to extract column 2, which I have. If it is not in quotes, then I have accessed it using indexes. If I had put it in quotes, then it would be using labels instead of index. As you can see, tabs extracted this, the blue one, the blue column, column 2, and here's the data, the series that has been extracted from the data frame. The next one is if I want a range of rows. Here I have specified row 2, 4, which is, it does not include 4, it is 2. So by this, row 2, 3, 4 columns. We can also use ilog to extract specific range within a specific segment within the data frame. Here in my case, I want to extract as from row 2 till 4, so it's 2, 3, and from column 3 to 5, so it's going to extract column 3 and 4. It's just this small square of values, small segment, and here it is. Now, next thing that allows you to do, or same as is on a data frame, is to rename the index. We can rename the index of rows and also the index for columns. So it's going to be column. So df.index will rename the column, the row names, index names, and df.columns will rename the column names. Here, what I've prefixed all rows and double-digit integer of data frame. If I run this, it's going to take in this data frame and rename its column and rows. Now, with this, we can perform Boolean operations on the data frame. Say that if we want values for column CO4 above 60. Running this, it will provide all the rows where it satisfies this operation. So all rows which are above 60 is going to be true and the rest false. Now, if these are only true and false values, but it does not provide us with actual data frame with values inside where which are above 60. What we have to do is take the Boolean operation and then put it inside square braces and then the data frame. What happens behind the scene is these indexes is taking the index and associating which values are true and which are false, and then extracting the pandas data frame. Here I run this. We can see for true and false values, it's going to, it's on the column before, which are above 60, it's going to only give us these rows. Now, as the Boolean operations, we can combine multiple operations with O, and in this case, O is the type, and for n and %. This, it's going to give me values for column 4 which are below 60 or above 80 for this column. And in this case, it's going to give values which are below 60 and also even. So the even values which are below 60 columns. So this part is basically for indexing. Next, we have something really simple and think those who work with database will love it, but I'm not using it that much. It's filter. What we can do with filter is extract or slice out of the data frame based on conditions. Here I'm only using simple conditions of 2. So it's extracting columns which is on okay, it's going to extract this one. As default is axis 1, and the axis it will have in the first column. Let me run it. Now there's also another function called transpose, and as what it does is it just reflects the data frame by its diagonal. So columns and rows become columns. So if I extract from our data frame above, then we are going to have it's just .t. Sorry, to get our reverse data frame. So it's just going to take all columns and use it as index for rows. Row becomes column label. Now, Panda also has a built-in styler, so that you can do simple things like hiding values, minimum values, max, or no. I'm going to initialize the clean data frame. Then here you can get the style. In this case it is minimum, but you can also do max. It will add max values. No for null values, but in our case we don't have any null value. And for null is the color. Again. Here it is. We have it has highlighted in all columns the minimum values, and here we can specify as parameter any color that we want. Next, we are going to move to basic operations that we can perform in Pandas. First, I'm going to initialize a new data frame, and I'm replacing again with rows and the column labels. I've renamed it. Now, if you want to add a column in the data frame, we can just specify the name of the column, and then I'm using the random function to add random numbers. What we did is just use a simple Python list to add those numbers. If I run this, then all of this, I have added a column called C10 with random numbers. Now, the interesting thing comes if you have to add a series with data frame. In my case, I have created a new series with again random integers, same as the length of the data frame. And this is what I have got. This is a series. If we perform the same instruction, just df new C10 new series, what it will do is add null values in that column. Why is that? Because the index of that series does not match the index of this data frame. Because of that, it's just going to add null values everywhere. Now, in order to correct this addition, we have to initialize, we have to replace the index in the series with the same ones based in the data frame. So using the index, data frame that index, we have replaced the index of our series with that of the data frame. Then the next thing is to just assign the column C10 with the new series, and as you can see, we have replaced all the null values with those in the series. Now, if you want to delete a column for in the data frame, just using the del command, del function. It is there, the column, the data frame, then in square braces, either the column index or the column below. This is removed C11. Now, pro tip is that if ever you have to delete many columns, it is better to just extract a subset of that data frame. So if I have to delete column C3 and C5, what I will do is just set that out of it. So to get a subset, I use block. Then from the start, I'm going to extract column C3 and column C5, and then assign it to a new variable called DFS, and then DFS will have C3 and C5. Now let's move to one interesting topic. This basically what we did in A-level mathematics, which is matrix multiplications. Now that term came from number 5, where it just describes a rule where the output will result in the operations. The rule of output will result in the operations that has been carried out in the dimensional, in any dimensional arrays. So if I have to take a scalar value such as 2, multiply with a matrix size of 2 by 3, it's going to be the result of a matrix with size 2 by 3. This is basically what the broadcasting is. In here, I have taken a new data set, initialized it. This is it, and then I'm going to create a column called turnover, which will multiply the unit price per unit. So if by the rules of broadcasting, so it is a frame of Azure rules. In our case, we are taking one column of units, multiply with one column unit price. So both have a size of 1000 by 1. It's going to produce column turnover with 1000 rules and 1 by 1. Then there is a basic function, basic statistical functions you can run on a specific column or the whole data frame itself. One of these is I'm going to run min, the function min on the column turnover. This is how we can also run the function min on the whole data frame. Then it will going to run that function on each column which contains an integer or float. Other functions such as sum and median. These can be run on individual columns or the whole. Now, let's say if we have a custom function that we have made, and we want to use it, apply it to the data frame. We have different ways of doing it, and these will provide pandas within map, apply and apply method. case, as a start, I have used convert dates pointer to pass in the column birthday and order date as Python datetime objects. This can then allow me to run functions to get to run Python datetime operations to get the year or month or date time, whatever, from these columns, from birthday or order date. If I would have not use this parameter, then it would only be a string, and it would have been a bit difficult to perform operations, because then I would have to have extracted the value, which will be a string, and then convert it using the datetime library in Python to a datetime object. While importing pandas as already converted datetime object. So I'm going to add a column called year, and that column is going to take the order date and extract from a lambda operation and extract the year out of it. So you add the year. You can do another one using mouse to add the month. Now, if I want to add the year and month into a new column, so it is multiple columns. Again, I'm using the I'm going to add a new column called year month, and it's going to take the column year, map the function string to, because now I add two columns, I have to use the function string because here I'm concatenating string values. The function string, then concatenate it with month, and then use it to apply formatting on these numbers, basically making them to digits, so adding the single digit, I'm going to add a 0. So by running this, we produce this column. Now, what is the difference between map, apply, and apply map? What map is doing for the above is iterating over each element in a data frame. So here I'm applying the method int to the column unit price, only the first 5. It's going to int all these numbers. What applies does, the function apply does, is it's going to apply a function or a method to all of the it's basically an axis. You're going to choose what kind of axis, either the x, the rows, or the y-axis, or a column in the data frame. In my case, I want to add the column unit price and units. So I want to add these two. I'm going to use the apply, and I want to add those numbers. I'm going to use the function sum. Axis is equal to 1 because I want to run this operation on each and every row. By default, axis is equal to 0, which then applies function to each column. Here, it's adding unit price and units on the first 5 rows. In case of apply map, it applies the function to each element. If you are taking these two columns, and I want to apply integer, going to apply each of these columns. These two, and these two. Those are not like this. And I have stopped it for only the first 5. If something to remember is that all of the above functions, when I've run it, it has not modified the original data frame. Instead, it returns a copy of it. So by running sales data.head, I'm going to his original data. I only modified only added year, month, and year, month. That's basically it for this. Now let's say if when you have imported some raw data, but there are null values inside it. Here in my case, I'm going to use NumPy to insert null values in this data frame above. I have inserted null value on row 1 and column unit price here, on 4 and column unit price, and on 3 order date. Now, we want to check if there is no values in a data frame. This is the function here. However, what it does is just as a boolean, it only returns true or false values. It only returns true or false values. If you want to extract the columns which have null values in a specific column, then we have to put it inside square braces. So running this will extract null values which are present in the column unit price. We want to remove all the values. It is as simple as drop any. Just this. See that it has removed row 1, 3, 4, where there was null values. It was still here, here, and here. Still note that the original has not been replaced. The next thing is, instead of removing the values, we want to replace it by a number. And to do that, it is just fill an A, and then within braces, you add the number or string that you want it to replace. You want to replace with. So here we have replaced all null values with 999. Replace it here, here, and here. The original data frame still again has all the null values. It has not been altered. If we want to alter it, it is just a simple parameter called inPlace. Now, this parameter you can find it in other methods such as drop an A, drop duplicates. If you want, if you make it true, then it will going to apply the original values, fill an A, on the original data frame and save it. So if you do sales data head, all the values has been replaced. Now let's move to our last part, which is visualizations. So in the job of analyst, lastly, we have to, with all the operations that I did, I have to make charts and graphs to present to management. And I do it by using the library called matplotlib. And for the charts that is going to be produced, this command here will enable me to produce the charts in the same notebook, and it is not going to be opening a new tab or a new window, which is going to be produced in this notebook itself. And this command, config inline figure format, has different parameters that we can set to specify how large we want our diagrams to be. In this case, Retina it enables images to exceed the size. Again, as above, I'm going to import and import my data set and then create the column called turnover, which multiplies the unit price and units. So head displays the first 5. Then if we want to just build a simple and basic chart with the column units, it is just sales data within square brackets the column name, and then plot. In my case, it has plotted units on the y-axis. Then the next thing that we can plot is a histogram. And to do that, it is just the same as above, units that plot, but then if you want a histogram, it is .hist, and with the parameters bins, it sets out the width of each bar. So here it is 15. It's going to produce again units. This time units on x-axis and its frequency on the y-axis. There are also other parameters that we can set within the histogram method, where bins was the width of the bar, and fig size, it is the size of the chart, so the x dimension and y dimensions of the charts. Now, if we lastly, Matplotlib color maps enables beautiful charts and graphs with deep customizations. And normally, all of the methods has these parameters. So a histogram, a graph, or a line graph has been, for only histograms and bar charts, we're going to have bins, but the rest it will be again title, to add a title to the chart, to enable the legend, or set out a font size. The color map will set out the background color of the charts, sorry, the color of the bars. If you want to enable the grid or not, what kind of line style you want to use to draw out the chart, the color of the borders of the chart, and then the width of the line. So these are just some basic parameters that you can use to customize or beautify your chart. Now, there may be some cases where you want to categorize your data based on one column. So here what I want to do is to take all the categories, all the product names that they are in the column products, and then do an addition on their turnover. So, for example, if the iPhone, so all rows that contains iPhone, it's going to add. I want to add their turnover, and to do that, I have to specify the column name of what I'm going to be categorizing it by, and what I'm going to add, and then from what column I'm going to group them. This function is called group by. what it's going to do, it's going to group all of the products by their name and then add those turnover. I've assigned this to the sorry, to the data frame TT. Now, if we want, we can take this data frame TT and plot it using a bar chart. And what it does with tt.plot.bar, it's going to plot on the y-axis the turnover and x-axis the product name. Here in our case, it is not such a visible because there's such visible for all products because there's a huge gap between the Corolla and the other products. Now to do this, we usually apply log on the y-axis so that all values are visible and within a respectable range. And to do that, it is same just a parameter in the bar function called log y is equal to true, and you can also change the font size, where here you can see the y-axis has been changed 10 to the power 5, 10 to the power 6, so we have enabled log on the y-axis, and with font size I have increased the font of the chart, of the wordings. So basically this concludes the last part of this demo, and if you have any questions, tell the proxies and they were going to relay it to me.
Aditya, we just give it a few minutes, a while, because since the live stream is a couple of minutes behind, I'm gonna just keep an eye on the stream and let you know about the questions.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Well, the stream is extremely lagging on my end. Girish, is the stream fine for you?
No, same. Really long.
Because a few minutes earlier, I was checking the stream and the voice quality was improved. So that was an improvement. But in terms of video now, it's really crappy. So this is what we're gonna do. It's already 1 p.m. Aditya, maybe if you can just shout out and call people on social media right in this video, so that when the video is posted afterwards, after being all the post processing and everything, people can watch it, and if they have questions or comments or anything that they would like to ask you, they can still reach out to you. So maybe you can advertise your Twitter, your Facebook, email, or anything through which people can reach out to you.
Yeah.
Do you know?
So you can shout out your questions to me on Twitter at aditya.bola, or even on Facebook, Aditya Bola. That's basically where I'm mostly on social media. And if you want, you can even reach us at LSL Digital if you want to have a talk or want some more insight on what data science is. So feel free to shout out on Twitter. Thank you, everyone, and it's already 1, so bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Aditya.
Thank you for this amazing talk, and yeah, do sign out before leaving.
Okay, sure.
Bye.
So again, good luck, everyone, and goodbye.
So you have been now live on the stream. What I would suggest to you is live stream if the joiner, so it is still behind on the left. I think it is still behind. So we're gonna do, maybe just waiting for a while, then you check audio quality, and then we will be like then you talk, and I'm check the audio quality and make sure that none of us have jittering or crappy sound quality. So how do you say about that?
Yeah. I will be muting my Skype, so that I can go on to Google. Good.
All right. Cool. In the meantime, I'm just going to keep an eye on the live stream, muted, so that doesn't have loads of background noise and anything. And then I'm gonna just talk randomly about a few things for today. So in the morning we had a first presentation by Kevin Bandu, who did a presentation on first flight with pleasure. Unfortunately, and we apologize for that. We had technical issues both with the live stream. We started with a long delay. But rest assured that the video was recorded on our end without major hiccups. And this is the video that will be uploaded later on under the MSCC YouTube channel. So you can still watch Karen's presentation and reach out to him on social media. Right after that, we had a podcast, Girish and myself, we talked about big giants. I think for about 5 to 30 minutes. And wait. Yes, we had some interaction on the live chat of YouTube, and after the podcast at 12 hours, we had Aditya, who was thinking like a panda while he did his presentation on the Python programming language. So now what I'm going to do, I'm give it to Girish to talk a little bit about we're going to have a podcast on history of Python. He's going to give a little bit details about that, and maybe some details about the next speakers that we have for the rest of the day. Girish, is that okay? I think you're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's better. I leave it to you, and I'm gonna check the live stream.
Okay, good. Yeah. So we are going to have a podcast on the history of Python. We don't really haven't prepared anything that is really fancy. You guys can join us. We can discuss. We will discuss how Python grew, why was Python created, what was the idea behind it, and the future of Python. Maybe we can touch a bit on that. But this is what Nish and I are going to talk about for a bit. And after that, you are going to have Corsham with us, who is an associate software developer at Accenture, to give us a talk on introduction to machine learning workflow using Python. He's also a really interesting guy. And after that, you also have one last podcast of the day, which is going to be on user groups in Mauritius. I will be really happy to share my experience on how the user groups in Mauritius helped me get into the IT community. And yes, what I am today hosting this live event is just because of that. I will be really pleased to tell you more about my experience. And Ish also maybe will talk about that. He has also a really deep he also has a deep experience. He has been in the community a long time. Maybe he could tell us a bit on how to get into the communities. And we have many domain communities that he might talk about. And at last, I think at Caesar, we have the evolution of software development by Hidyat Ali Van Buni. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce that name. He's a development manager at Ceridian, and at last, at the end of the day, at Caesar, we have learn LaTeX in 30 minutes with Shelly Sukun, who is the fashion manager at One Eye. That's it, I guess. Ish. I don't know what else to tell. How was it?
Girish,
So
maybe,
Ish,
the video is still, quite a few minutes behind, and I'm still hearing the end part of Aditya's presentation. So maybe you can keep continuing the talk. It's not a podcast about Python. In fact, you're well placed for that. I'm not a Python programmer. I rarely use Python, maybe for my system administration tasks. You're a fan of Python. You've been using that during your internship. Maybe start by giving some details about that, and once I get to compare the audio quality in the live stream, I'll come back and join. It's better for you.
Yeah, maybe I can start by talking about how I got into Python, and when you join about the history.
Exactly. Let's do it like that. Cool? Okay. Yeah. See you in a few minutes.
Python is my first programming language that I learned in Form 4. It was actually during a workshop organized by the Mauritius Computer Board, where it was on IoT and home automation using IoT. We used Raspberry Pi. We had people coming from Sci-Fi Labs from India that came to teach us some home automation, some basic home automation using Raspberry Pi, IoT. And yeah, that's where I learned the Python language. After that, I really didn't touch Python that much. Maybe after 3 years. Yeah, maybe after 4 years, I learned Python again, and I jumped into making some small projects by myself. Ish, I think there's a lot of echo here. Yeah, I started to make some projects by myself, and yeah, that's where I grew in Python.
Oh my god. The sound has an extremely ugly echo right off the iChange. So from full screen, when I put it on, the split where there's the two speakers. It's really bad. It's really bad. So let me confirm.
You want me to continue to talk a bit, or?
No, let me check again if it has moved past the part where the sound quality is extremely bad, and just give me a few more seconds. Are you able to mute the microphone on your end and check the audio quality on the live stream? Then let me know.
Yeah.
Well, the live stream seems to be pretty much frozen. So I close it, and how about we continue talking and discussing about our podcast, and it's 13:13 right now. Maybe we continue that till for the next 20 minutes or so. Then we take another 15 or 20 minutes break before connecting with our next speaker.
Yeah.
How does that work? How does that work for you?
Yeah, cool. So maybe I could continue where I was.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
Okay, yeah. I think Ada had has a. Anyways, yeah. So why I choose Python was that Python is actually a really simple language. Ish, have you ever used Python?
Mainly for scripting, like if I need to do something on my Linux server and send an email after something happens, probably I've used Python for these kind of things.
Let's suppose this kind of task. I don't know if you would agree with me, but it is really simple to implement with small automation things or scripting, small things like that. So that's why I started to learn Python. That was the first reason why I started to learn Python. Python for me was more fun to implement. It's not even something that you need to learn completely before trying to implement. You can just watch some tutorials and maybe do some projects based on ideas you have, and you will be good to go. There's nothing really fancy that you need to know before getting into it. Isha, I think we have a problem on the chat. Do you think I should try connect a Mac a headset?
Girish, I'm looking at the comments and can we try that? Are you using speakers right now?
Yeah, I'm actually.
So maybe let's try that. You mute it, and then you continue talking, and I'll check it. Okay. I'm checking the live stream.
I need to.
At least this way, even if we're doing the podcast and testing the stuff at the same time, we'll be in a better position for the next week. Okay. All right.
So Ish, I will try talking now. Maybe you could tell me if it's good. Okay, guys. So I don't know if the mic is picking up. Can you try? Let me know. Is it working?
be honest, I cannot really figure out by how long the live stream is delayed. So when I'm checking, I'm still trying to figure out whether we need to wait a few more couple of minutes to test it. So I got a better idea by how long the live stream is delayed. Because it's 13:19 right now, and it's only now that on the live stream I mentioned it is 13:13. So let's continue talking. So it's delayed by 6 minutes, approximately. 6 minutes. That's a lot. It's going to be very difficult. To cope with that. On my end, I tried to adjust the audio settings on OBS.
Yes, yes, yes,
At
yes.
an optimal level. I make sure that everywhere else on these laptops the microphone is muted. I suggest you do the same. Do you have any other device right now? You're focusing on one.
No, actually, I just put on my earphones and earbuds, and I'm using the microphone also. So I don't see where it's causing the echo now. So it's still the same, no difference then.
Yeah. If there's any change, it's only in 6 minutes that we will be able to know. So if we did something 6 minutes ago, well, we've got to wait for that, then we can do that. If it's okay. Also, what I would suggest is that our next speaker is supposed to intervene at 1400 hours.
Yeah.
Right?
I already talked to him.
He's
good.
So what we're going to do, maybe at 13:45, we connect him. We do a test, a live test. Like we share the screen. Everything live.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Once we make sure that everything is okay, then we are just going to ask our speaker to wait for 10 minutes. And then he starts his presentation. Because I also noticed that every time we are changing the scene, it is becoming crappy. Because by the end of Aditya's presentation, his audio quality was good. It had greatly improved compared to what it was at the beginning.
Right, and easy to cook. Yeah.
So
Actually, he's our next speaker.
Sorry, say it again.
I'm good. I was just talking to the next speaker, telling him to come a bit early to do the live test.
Yes, probably that would be very good thing. But anyway, just to reassure our dear viewers, our dear audience, that on our end, in the Skype call, the video and the audio quality is nice, which means that our local recording is going to be okay. Which means in turn after the conference, once we are done post processing the live stream and all the videos, you should be getting a very clean and clear video on the MSCC YouTube channels. Once again, I think maybe the third or the fourth or the fifth time, I'm apologizing again together with the range, together with the range, for all the inconveniences. It is 13:24. Girish, what do you say?
Yeah, I think. I think you should just please or if you can talk a bit more, maybe you can talk a bit more after playing the sponsor loop and get the next speaker in.
So you want me to switch to the speaker loop
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we can do that. And then we get get on with the speaker.
Get on with the next speaker. Yeah.
Nice idea. Okay, we do that. We do that. In just a few seconds. And it's gonna be live. in regards to click on the button, then here everything that we are talking is on the name. So this Internet 7, welcome on board, not this we are already welcome from here. So what we're going to do, maybe just and maybe give some advice about the future.
I guess. This is like to work with students members. What they want to do. One of them. Maybe it's a very short because in the lab of IT where we evolving and you can link this every day. So our course has been very curriculum is updated, so you're going to keep up with the trends in AI. I would recommend that is not to just or to have a conception of technology. It's true. If you're better, it's something good. Bear in mind that you shouldn't if you're going on the making or sysadmin board, things like that. So you need to definitely have a basic knowledge of all the different fields that we have in science. You like one of them. Called dev group, so make sure that you have a specific depth in one field, but don't meet your level of scope. This is something I always tell myself. This is one part of it, and second advice also maybe. So come up with to remember your courses, like finding different ways to develop if you're familiar about the feed and one of the ways and an example that comes right to my mind is something that I mentioned about compile. So compile one to read the whole program, so and if there are any bugs or any errors to write the program, whereas an interpreter is one whereby when you're going to run it, okay, it's going to run line by line and execute each one in real time, and then whenever there's going to be a problem, it's going to crash in the middle of your application. So how to make students remember this is there's a very funny example that I use all the time. It's that imagine yourself in a kitchen, okay, and you have a cook, which is actually your compiler, your interpreter. Okay, so what the interpreter is going to do is that it's going to read line by line of the recipe. Okay, so the first thing he's going to do, let's say we're baking cake, he's going to make eggs. He's going to add flour, and then he's going to realize at one point that he doesn't have any milk, but he's already wasted his eggs and his flour, you know. So this is the interpreter, whereby for the compiler, he's going to read the whole recipe, and then he's going to say, okay, I don't have milk, so I need to go fetch milk first, and then I'm going to start the recipe. So these are just fun ways that you can come up with scenarios, and there's no way that you're going to ever forget about that in an exam. So this is just fun stuff that me and my friends picked up at university.
That's very nice. Actually, I'm really excited to be with you at the university. It will be real fun to learn new stuff. That's also the reason why I choose Superflu, because of its kind of curriculum to be updated with new things in IT. Well, yeah, I'm really excited to learn new things.
Yep.
So if maybe you're still waiting?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for our this experiment to appear on the stream. Meanwhile, I'm also chatting with people there and letting them know that our next speaker is already with us and we are doing some tests, live tests to be
So
precise.
yeah. So maybe you can.
Hey, you guys can call me
Yeah.
Corsham. I know it's actually my
Corsham.
family name. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know on Teamonite, the way it is displayed,
Yeah.
it is displayed in
Yeah,
French.
actually, it's the problem with French. Like in French, it's the reverse, so I'm quite used to the French system with superimposed.
Okay.
I get that misconception every time.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, Kosh, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself.
Well, you're asking Kaushik about himself, and then he will have to introduce himself.
Oh yeah, we have to introduce him.
So that would be a bit,
I can talk
Okay,
a bit, but
I get you.
I
There is
got
opinion about you, yeah.
yeah because the intro I'm giving is quite brief, but actually, if you ask me to introduce myself, there's quite a lot to say. Okay.
We have time.
Yep. I was at the Royal College of UBIP, and after my HSC, I joined the University of Mauritius, whereby I started computer science in the batch. I think it's 2016. Um, but let's just say that I realized that some stuff that was happening there didn't make sense. So, like, I couldn't cope with programming on paper. This was something that was a no-go for me. I also didn't like the way that stuff was organized in terms of why if I come with new methodologies, these are being questioned and I'm not allowed to use them when papers are being published saying that yes, these things are acceptable. So this was something that was a real no-go for me. And fortunately, I got a scholarship from Accenture, and then I moved to Supinfo, and then I discovered a new world, I say, to learning stuff, and I realized that computer science is just another world that maybe it's not taught the same way everywhere, but it's the same concepts that are being used. So I joined over there, graduated last year, actually, and once I graduated, I got an offer to teach at Supinfo itself. So now I'm a lecturer over there in programming, so I teach Python to first years, and I also teach module about data visualization, which is in different languages that we have and different tools. So it's all about how you make data attractive to your clients. So this is a bit about what I teach. I'm also an associate software developer at Accenture. So I work mostly on Azure and .NET to build cloud applications, okay, for clients. And also, I have a small startup with some colleagues and friends from the university itself. So we dabble a bit in IoT, AI, um, programming. So this is me. I think.
voice so I will completely now this is the you are yes can right
if you from and then also as you we have that we have so you just say okay, name as with 100. So you're if you with name could be something like for machine learning or CEO as in the interest field that that okay, but you can gauge or not keep depending on the government had thousands okay. As you can see, indication of how so we decided in our market can show you which want to give you an idea of okay. As you can see, so basically before the once you get so that okay value your operation model okay the indication it can be the status throughout which I bring back so we can see how we deal in okay um I and people try if you improve the the is free see a small okay so it might to keep okay okay both the central not evaluate so analyze they don't not to it's something one argue that yes you're not allowed to it might be allowed but you couldn't have been arrested by the something that haven't so you need to find out building a very the building model on which you is assessed. You can see that models and all depends on you the model has but he was and is scientific so doesn't make because no need so think yeah, so which is okay, so we have okay, so I go to my data set and I find a hidden field so this is an important step. You go in your data set and find it by in one thing I could do is some of you okay, your name and people realize um, like let's say name of primary sex so going and on the site okay and because to know someone how does Miss or Mrs. This is a bit okay. And when Miss to download you have just so next we have to be very careful that people tend to play this is it's right from this data obtained okay while cleaning up okay and so this is function okay I mean if I'm just so I have percent okay so one way of doing it that you try you get even just info or mean even mean okay this is way to data or you can just see that okay not okay something that out for we eliminate my okay it's with okay this passenger can be trusted this is something so it's going to be accomplished in to upload like before we can't a relationship I think age, but age might be a determining factor. People tend to and will defer to having it on our find a way to deal with this. We're going to find a age or substitute for it. Okay. So after deal with which is fairly easy with this. Okay. To check instead of trying to infer something the recommended in case you have data set. Okay, this is a really more data 1300 in large data set. You use up and say significantly affect. I think that that has very okay. Do we really need no access? Yeah, it must be a dynamic factor. So you have to understand about along with to be a factor. Next, very factor. So name this is our deterministic variable. So it's what you're going to find actually. So it means social for me the biggest factor about in prediction model how is it not you see over here communication over here we have because we don't have it's like and it gives you a really small data and even don't have a strong correlation. It's just this has a correlation what is that regional everywhere we don't need it because we're going real so what do is I size of the data and train the is quite an and we have 2 million, but thousands, 200,000 of data, or 500, even 500 data. You're not going to go manually to your data set and change each one by one. So what we do is that we create a pipeline. Okay. And what's the benefit of the pipeline is that it allows you to deal with any missing values. So for any continuous data that we have, okay. Yes, you need your statistics because whenever we have between the algorithms that we're using or which type of method over here. So when I'm talking about continuous data and categorical data, so the way you deal with different types of fields is not the same at all. So when I'm referring to continuous data over here, I'm referring to numerical data, and when I'm referring to categorical data, I'm mostly referring to stuff that could be used as a label. Okay. Which can be used to determine something where you have possibilities of choices like sex, so you have male or female, or you might be having passenger class, second class, or third class. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying categorical. As for continuous, I'm talking about numbers, so age, the fare that you're paying. Okay. So and then I'm going to say using the median. Okay. This is not necessarily the best way to deal with continuous data, but it's the form that is most used. But you could very well go and try to build a prediction model for your age first, and then based on the results that you're getting for your age, the missing age, then you can use that to do a prediction for your survivors. But it's going to be already introducing a first error when you're doing a prediction and age, and then you're going to have that error carried forward in our model for the survival rate. This is why I'd rather just go for median right now. But it's not necessarily the best way to deal with that. Okay. And then we're going to use for the categorical part, create another pipeline. Okay. So I'm sorry, I just missed. What about the pipeline? I just got carried away. So what the pipeline is going to do is that Python offers a way to deal with that, to pre-process the data. So any transaction that you want to occur on the data before feeding it to our machine learning algorithm. So these pipelines are here for that. So what it does is that one way of dealing it deals with missing values. Another part of it that I'm going to show you when we're doing categorical data is something called a hot encoder. One hot encoder. Okay. So over here, I'm using a very simple imputation. Okay. If ever I have any missing values when it comes to categorical, just go with the most frequent, the mode over here. Okay. Over here. Again, this is a very it's subject to different data sets. For this data set, mode and median over here work the best. But it doesn't mean that. For your data set, for a specific data set, sorry, it's always going to be median or mode. Okay? You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. You need to test it with. You need to analyze the data first. That is why you need to have a very good statistical foundations. Because this is where you determine whether you're going to use mode or median over here, or any of the methods. And this over here is why I'm using mode. Because I've checked the data set manually, and I can assure you that the values that are missing correspond actually to the mode over here, because it can be inferred in a way that there are two missing values. And both of them are of the sex of female. Okay. And they have passenger clause of free. So anyone matches this description have a port of embarkation which corresponds to S, which is the mode. So over here, this is why I'm it's just to infer that. But like I said, you need to analyze the data first. I'm skipping that part because it's this presentation is not about statistics. But if you want at the end of I can show you how I got to this part of using the mode. Okay. And then we actually make use of these pipelines. So we use the method called transformer, and then we just pass in continuous for the continuous part, data part. Okay, so we use the continuous pipeline, and the fields that are going to go through the continuous pipeline are age and fair, which makes sense because it's numerical data which have a weight. Okay. And then over here for the categorical part, we are going to pass in P class, sex, so anything that could be matched to a category or a label. Okay. And then you're going to ask yourself, why are we using a one-hot encoder? What is this? Okay. So one hot encoder is going to be used in a very specific way over here. It's very important to understand this concept. If you try to pass in categorical data to a model, you need to specify whether it's something that has a weight or it does not have a weight. What I mean by that is that let's say you're going to pass in sex. Okay. The algorithm might understand that if you don't specify use a one hot encoder, it can start to infer stuff like male has a higher importance than female. It has a higher weight. Weight is the layman term that we use over here. It's weight. Okay, so it might say that. Okay, so someone with male sex has a higher weight than someone from the female sex or something like that. So we don't want that. So we want each and every category to be treated equally. So this is why we use a one hot encoder. What transformation that does to our data is that breaks this column over here of sex. I'm using the example of sex because it's the easiest one to understand. So it breaks it. So it creates two new fields, which is male and female. So instead of having sex, you're gonna have male and female, and then it's going to be binary numbers. So if you're male, female is going to be 0. It adds two new columns, male and female. So the column female is going to be 0, and the column male is going to be 1. So it's going to binarize the data. the term mostly used in machine learning is binarization. What it does is that it breaks your categorical column, and it creates one distinct column for each category in that field, and then you can have one or zeros accordingly. I don't know if I can show you something from one hot encoder, just to give you a better idea. Okay. Right here. Okay. So let's say safety level. So this might have been a column called safety level, and what it does is that it breaks this into safety level none, safety level low, safety level medium, and then based on the data that you have, it's either one or zeros. So it gives a better view to the machine learning algorithms to understand about how you're treating your data. Is there a weight associated? And if you're not using that, so it's going to be in a numerical way. If you have a weight, whereby we say very high has a much bigger impact over here than none. So this is in a case where this is called label encoding, and it's used in the case whereby our different fields have different weights. But over here, since we're assuming that all of our categories have the same level, the same weight, so we use a one hot encoder. Okay. Then comes the machine learning part. So we have our different machine learning algorithms. This one is called the Kane and classifier. So all these methods are already available in Python. You don't have to worry about how to use them. You have tutorials that show you how to do that. Very important part is that you need to understand those algorithms before using them, which is not necessarily the easiest part in machine learning. Okay. So there are several parameters which are used. So you need to identify all these different parameters and how you use them, how to parameterize them. Okay. So this is an important part. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go over each algorithm in detail and explain to you how it works. Maybe we'll keep that for future sessions in other conferences. Okay. But one thing that I can tell you is that what I want to show you over here is how easy it is to build a prediction model. Okay. So in 5 lines, you have built a prediction algorithm using Python. It's just like Girish was mentioning before. Python is really high level and simple. So I don't have to go into the various details. And even these parameters over here, it's super easy to get these. You don't even have to go and use a brute force technique. This was used way before. Now we've got tools like there's a tool called Rapid Miner. So what you do is you pass in your data into Rapid Miner. As easy as it can be, Rapid Miner tries to determine which parameter is the best one to use for each of your algorithms based on your data set. So Rapid Miner can do that. Rapid Miner can also build those algorithms directly. It has those inbuilt algorithms, but like I said, we're trying to do something. We're trying to do something. Okay, build our own model, clean our own data set, etc. So you can use Rapid Miner just to have an overview of how to get your different parameters. It's very easy, very simple. Just passing your data set. It's going to take some time. It's going to take an hour or so and give you the best possible values for each of your different machine learning algorithms. Okay. So yep, 5 lines, and you have a machine learning prediction model ready for you. And this part is just to print a matrix. Okay. Most people they say, okay, I've built a model. They come to this point and everything is working perfectly. They've got their models, etc. But they don't know how well they don't know how to evaluate those models. So one way of doing that is to use something called a matrix. okay, which gives you it's called a confusion matrix. Okay,
Sorry.
and it gives you an idea of how well your machine learning algorithms are performed compared to your training and your testing values. Okay, so over here you're going to see that it uses the concept of true negative, true positive, false negative, and false positive. Okay, so just to go, just to be very brief about what this means is that, okay, I've run the algorithm with my training data and my testing data. Okay, and over here it says that, okay, this is the real value that I should have got, and this is the value that I actually got from the algorithm over here, and this is what I should have got from the beginning. Okay, so this is the real value in the data set. This is what our machine learning algorithm is giving you. Over here, you're going to see that it says, okay, I have around 200 values, which is being predicted correctly. So 200 people are predicted dead by the algorithm. And in real, in the data set, we have 200 people dying. But we have predicting 32 people that should have died, but it's predicting that it as alive. Okay. So this is how you read a confusion matrix. It's the same for whatever comes below. So it's predicting 36 people that it's predicting dead have actually survived. And it's predicting correctly, but 110 people survived that. So it's just a small overview of how this algorithm works. Okay. And over here, we have I just did the same thing that you've seen before for different algorithms. So again, 5 lines, not more than that. You have you have 5 commands, and you have a prediction model ready. Okay, and you'd be quite surprised that for around 1,000 data, the whole thing took around 3 minutes to run. I could just run it again after I'm done with the presentation and show you how fast this has been calculated by Python. And then over here, different algorithms again, same stuff that I did, same process. I used SVC over here, so support vector machine, which is another algorithm. Okay, and I just went in and said, okay, use these parameters, which I obtained from RapidMiner, of course. There's no point in going and tweaking around or trying to find something. Why I suggest going for RapidMiner is that we don't really know where to start with the correct parameter, because if you get your parameters wrong, there's no wrong parameter. Sorry, there's something called overfitting and underfitting in machine learning. So if your algorithm gets really good, okay, but it takes a lot of time to run, or your algorithm goes really bad, but it does the work fast. Okay, so we need to find a consensus in between really good and really bad, because we can't afford waiting for 2 years to get a simple data result, but with a very strong prediction. So we need to drop something over here. We need to find a consensus. So we try to find parameters that don't necessarily take up a lot of time, but it gives us very fair results. Okay, and over here, you're gonna see that each time it runs the same. I'm doing the same thing. Using my algorithms. Go to RapidMiner, find a stepping stone over here, and then try to tweak around to get the best possible Okay, I feel it's this when look um is a room and find how we will to define what that going to be that models being by
Ish.
ok, Mukukula, ça veut dire
No, when we're talking, the indicator. No, when we're talking, the audio mixer is not moving. The audio mixer is not moving. That definitely is. So that definitely is. Oh, now it's moving. That is now when I'm talking. That is when I'm talking. I started and I started it on my end. This is interesting. This is interesting. So I think when you connect when you connected it to the VM, it didn't share your sound.
Yeah, I asked. Yeah, I asked.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect. I'm gonna disconnect again. I'm gonna disconnect. You disconnect as well. You disconnect as well, and then reconnect and you make reconnect and you make sure whether you're getting the sound. Whether you're getting the sound. Unless it gets the sound, it's not gonna record. The sound, it's not gonna record.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we try it. Yeah, we try it.
Yeah. Yeah, but
maybe
you sure I shouldn't allow sound on my experience. Local resources. I need to configure sound to play on remote or record from this computer.
Oh wait, you know what? I'm just putting that on. I'm just putting that on sponsor loop. Wait.
Muitíssimo parede là.
Okay.
Okay.
So, alright, guys. Like maybe this time it is more than the tenth time I'm apologizing along with Girish for technical issues. We've done an almost 30 minutes of podcast without any sound on the live stream. Big apologies. And now we are about to welcome our next speaker. And Girish is currently doing the necessary to get in touch with our next speaker, of course. And so just give me one second. Our next speaker is going to talk about the evolution of software development. He's a development manager at Serijon. His name is Hidayat Ali Bamboni, and he's going to cover quite range of topics. Yes, Girish?
Our speaker is ready. I'm putting him in.
Okay, let's do that. And we can welcome him. And guys, those who are on the live stream, if the sound is crappy, if the sound has echoes, if the sound is jittering, please do not worry. The live stream can be bad, but on our side, on our end, the video quality, the audio quality is good, which means our local recording is going to be fine. Which in turn means that after the conference, when we process the whole live stream, we will be able to post to upload a clean video of this specific session on YouTube under the MSCC channel. So okay,
Our
just one
speaker is here.
speaker, just give me one second. So we put our speaker live and we can start chatting for a few minutes and then we start. All right. So Girish, myself, and Mr. Hidayat Ali is we are live on YouTube right now in Kryptone track. We're all here for the virtual developers conference, and our friend Hidayat Ali here is the development manager at Telecom, correct, Hidayat?
Correct. Yeah.
All
Hi,
right,
everyone.
all right. Yes. Hidayat, we just informed our audience, our dear friends who are watching us, listening us on the live stream. Probably have issues on the live stream with the audio. Maybe there are echoes, maybe there are jittering, but we can guarantee that on our side the recording is good. Video quality from your end is nice. We can see you don't have your screen again. It's perfect. So after the conference, we will make videos of different sessions and your videos will be fine.
Which is already tied. Perfect. Thanks. So and as well to put in mind what's going to be discussed. some okay, okay. So of my okay, okay. What from which really before nine what is that? What is that? Is from express 25 in terms of take to in lamp all the team deliver. Next one is definition. Next the role we have when we are developing lives. Wow, you have still few then you have point to this is the role people evolution the more of the they also in mobile demand they have most and in detail exactly that was really yes, the to me you highlighted what we I give you how do okay? So you can see have a this is for these things yes, can you where can you where again just look at the trend with settling in coming out well as well. Again, you see you did not we need to understand the evolution of programming languages. With language, there are concepts which are basic concepts, like programming, VC, model review, model design pattern. Once you learn it, easily replicate the framework. So one of the main aspects, again, right or wrong if you specialize in languages, but if happen you are able to learn something or get towards learning new thing, it's more than well. This one cool I would take here some always say to me one thing, he had a crush on PHP. He fell in love with C Sharp, but married to Python. At the end, he was divorced because I'm quite in love with programming languages, but he was referred to as a jack of all trades, but masters of none. But they not yet. If you're expertise in language or not, but to see this evolution, know that you can be at in languages, you can use a word. The best one is to learn the concept, just to stick with one thing at a time. Okay. So I think we've gone through the different, I would say, evolution, starting with the methodology. We talked about quickly in terms of roles as well. We've also in terms of evolution in programming. You will see that even where you are, your role might not be the final destiny. What we need to do, why learning evolution, what's happening, what has happened earlier, what will happen, can it help us? At the end, evolution helps us to understand something like new career aspiration or some new opportunities for us. Again, your current role might not be your destination. I would like to add to that one, would say, a formula that's quite which is I would say connected to the topic in terms of an equation. Okay, there is something called love can do. I've heard it earlier on some TEDx talk. It's very old one. It was done in France, if I'm not mistaken, whereby it talks about love. You're talking about passion. Help us to do anything. Help us to go towards the better. Even if you that help us and more on. I've added some, I would say, enhancement to this situation. What we our love can do, let's go towards some pre-analysis. Pre-analysis is on the left. For example, we know what type of what will the evolution of the methodology in terms of how it evolved, how it would be adapted to have data. What are the different roles, what are their perspective, how do we shoot them? Then you have a trend. So what would be the next trend? You combine all of that, plus to add in terms of analyzing your strengths, it helps you to be passionate in what you do. Hence, for example, having those words doing how it can use even something from the past can easily be used nowadays. For example, we can easily take old programming languages and come forward, visit them, and build something out of it. I'm talking about Cobalt. Very large systems Cobalt nowadays. Uh, if we take about methodologies, take something that people have like waterfall, implement it, and have a delivery out of it. It's also feasible. All of that, if you have the the data in front of you, if you do the try to build that, and also help you control how you do it, help to bring some passion out of it. And again, one of my conclusions I would say is anything can be done till you have passion for it. So that's my conclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching, and I would like to really thank the Dave for putting everything behind. Thanks everybody. Hello guys, still here?
Yes. Start with a from my keyboard.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
done.
Wow your event with customers.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner. Fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
consider it done.
Wow your event with customers.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail, and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building.
Michelle, I am a fashion designer, and today I am glad to share some LaTeX essentials, just enough for you to be able to create a basic LaTeX document and the challenges to do that in 30 minutes. So here's a summary of what we'll be covering in this session. We're going to go through a basic LaTeX introduction. We're going to work it out on overleaf, create a LaTeX document on overleaf, go through some basic formatting, create lists, create tables, and insert images. So let's get this started. It can either be pronounced as LaTeX or LaTeX, and I randomly switch the pronunciation. So LaTeX is a high-quality typesetting system. It includes features designed for the production of technical and scientific documentation. It is based on the what you see is what you mean idea, meaning you only have to focus on the contents of your document and the computer will take care of the formatting. So here I am on Overleaf, which is an online LaTeX editor. It is free, super easy to use. There's no installation required. You can find tons of tutorials, reading materials, and templates to guide you through how to write, edit, and publish LaTeX documents. So I would totally recommend using Overleaf. So here I am already signed to my account. I'm gonna create a new project. Click on blank project, and I'm gonna write challenge accepted. Okay. As you can see, Overleaf already created a document with the project title, my name, and the date. Here in the middle, you have the source code, which is in a file called the main text. on the left panel here, and you will find all the files related to your project in this directory. And on the right here, we have the output. You can also download your document in PDF. So let's start with the document class. This class controls the overall appearance of a document. Different types of documents require different class. So if you want to write a thesis, the class document would then be report. If you want to write a book, the class would then be book. But right now we are going to keep the document class to article, which is the most common LaTeX class. Here you have the preamble. It is everything that is before the begin document. It is where you define the type of document you're writing, the language, the font, the different packages you're going to use, and several other elements. So Overleaf already set a preamble when you create a new project. This part, the use package UTF-8, is the encoding for the document. The UTF-8 is recommended, but it can also be omitted or changed to another encoding. The content of your document is enclosed inside the begin and the end tags. This is known as the body of the document. So everything which is right between the begin and the end is what you will see on your final document. There you go. What's the make title? The make title is these 3 lines, as you can see. So if I remove the make title, it will automatically disappear. So I'm gonna bring it back, and we're gonna recompile. I'm gonna add another line to the begin document. And you're gonna find this right above the section. Great. So cool, let's move on to some basic formatting. Starting with section itself. So Overleaf already gave me my first section, which is introduction. So I'm gonna just rename this part, naming it sections and chapters. In LaTeX, you can use section, subsection, and subsection, right? And we're gonna write them all. Subsection and subsection. First, second. There you go. As you can see, the section numbering is automatically set, but you can also disable it by simply adding an asterisk between the section and the braces. Let's try for the first one. See, no numbering happening. But I am going to keep the numbering because we're going to go through different sections. So it would be amazing to have a table of content if I'm going to keep the numbering. So I'm going to write table of content here, and I'm going to write another section, another one. We're going to recompile it, and we're going to see what it does. See, I have my table of contents, I have my section and chapters, I have the second one, we have the different numberings, and it's all good. Let's move on to the second part, which is going to be paragraph, line breaks, and new page. paragraphs, line breaks, and new page. Good. The subsection is gonna be paragraphs. Let's do this. I want like some lorem ipsum text block here, so I'm just gonna write blind text. See, it's so over it's telling me that I need to use the package blind text for it to work, and I'm gonna use my package in the preamble. Great. Here I am working on the paragraphs. So paragraphing. In LaTeX, all the text is fully justified by default. So if I want to center align, left align, right align them, I will have to do it manually. So let's do this. Paragraphing. I want to do, okay, I want to write subsection. I want to center my text. All I have to do is write begin center, add the blind text right in the middle, and it's gonna do the trick. I want to left align it. I'm gonna write flush right. I'm gonna add the blind text, hoping it does the trick. I want it to the left, still with the blind text, and let's compile. There you go. Center, right alignment, left alignment, and we did it. I'm just going to remove this one here, paragraphs. Now we're going to do another subsection with the line breaks. And we're going to use the blind text, another blind text. Let's do all three and see what it does. There you go. We need to break these into 3 blind texts, and we're simply going to do that by adding 2 backslash right between them and see if it does the trick. And it did. Can you see it? Great. This is where you break the text, and it worked. And now I am going to move on to the next chapter, which is font size, and I want to do that on a new page. So I'm simply going to write new page, and I'm going to write section font size. Great. So you can have different font size, and I'm going to list them all so that you see the difference. Let's start with tiny font to huge font. And I'm going to copy this because I don't want to write it over and over again. So let's start from tiny, script size, then you have footnote size, normal size. But before normal size, you have small. And then you have large, and you have three ways of writing large. Type of mistake. There we go. Let's see the different types. Let's see the different font sizes. From tiny to huge. Great, you can see I think there's like 10 it is. So let's delete that and let's write like a sentence. This is a sentence for the different font size. Let's do this. I want this small, but I want only this to be small. I want this to be huge. And I want this to be like footnote size. Can you see this? Can you see the difference? And what if I put this as large, maybe? There you go. It's better. I forgot to write about. Let's move on to the next section, which is about bold, italic, and underline. Okay. Sorry. Let's do this. So if I want the text to be bold, all I have to write is text BF. For font to be italic, it has to be text it. For font to be underline, all you have to write is underline. Let's see if it works. There you go. Font bold, italic, and underline. Great. Now let's move to the fourth chapter, which is creating list. Also known as bullet and numbering for word processors. Here we're going to create list, and we're going to do that by writing begin itemize. What about groceries? And we're going to buy veggies, we're going to buy fruits, we're going to buy snacks. And we're going to have bullets. Great. So right after bullets, we're going to try to enumerate them. And in order to do that, we're going to write begin enumerate. And we're going to copy and paste this and see if it works. Good. Up and running. Next, we're going to move to our next chapter, which is creating tables. And it's a very interesting one because we're not going to write any code. We're not going to write anything. We're just going to generate the tables on tablesgenerator.com. See, I tried one and now we're going to do it again. We file new table, still keeping 3 rows and 3 columns. I'm gonna write 1, 2, 3. A, B, C, and first, second, third. Okay, I'm going to center all of them. I'm gonna add the borders. I want this one to be bold, this one to be in italic, and this one to be underlined. And I'm going to generate the table. Okay, and I'm gonna select this board only. I'm gonna put it right there, and I'm gonna use the following package. Copy. I'm gonna paste these 2 lines in my preamble, and let's see what happens. Great, there you go. I have my table, and guess what? It's not where I want it. So as you can see, this square bracket is empty, and if I want to have it right under the creating table sections, I need to write H, which stands for here. You can align your table either here or at top with a T or at bottom with a B. Let's try the bottom one. There you go, but I still want it here. There you go. We've generated a table, and now we're going to get ready for our last chapter, which is adding an image or insert an image. Let's get ready. So now we're going to insert an image, and before we do that, we will have to use a package named graphics. And then we're going to upload the image we're going to use, which is going to be this one, as you can see. But I want to rename it. I want to name it 1. And then I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna write, not insert, but include graphics. Now you can see there's square bracket and braces. In the square bracket, we're gonna scale the image. So I'm gonna say this, and the square bracket is to, pick up the image. So I'm gonna say 1. Let's compile it and see if it works. Great. See, it's 0.5. Put it like 0.3. Great. And let's use the begin center and add it here. Great, works fine. Let's see how many minutes we've got left. Oh my god, we are still less than 30 minutes. Woo! Okay, that's amazing. Let's download the PDF, see what we did. Great. Okay. So here's the PDF we worked on. You can find the table of content, the sections, paragraph, the line breaks, the font size, bold, the list, the table, and the image. This is amazing! Everyone, congratulations! Now let's move on to the next slide. This is a Microsoft Word processor. I just want to show you that you can have all of these options using LaTeX. All you have to know is how and when to use packages, what to write, and you can learn all that on Overleaf itself. They have all this detailed information, so you have nothing to worry about. I just hope that you feel awesome learning that LaTeX is not so difficult after all. That's it, everyone. You can now have fun on Overleaf. I hope that this session was interesting and I look forward to hear from you all. You can contact me on my email, on my blog, or you can find me on social media. So don't forget to leave me feedbacks and I wish you all a good day. Cheers!
Hey Girish, so that was the presentation on LaTeX. What are your impressions?
Well, this amazingly interesting and short video was, as Shelly said, just enough for us to create a simple document. I think it was like a start for someone like me that didn't know anything about LaTeX to at least know how to create a simple document. That's it. I would say that maybe now I can try use it.
Yeah, sure. Why not? And at least I'm happy that our last session of the day went without any sound problems. So I guess on that note, these are the closing remarks for the day. We apologize for I don't know how many times now. Girish and myself, our sincere apologies for all the hiccups, all the technical problems, sound problems, echo problems, or even video lags that we got during the day. We'll try to make our best to amend it, to fix it tonight, right, Girish?
So that tomorrow we can at least get a smooth session.
Okay, cool. So on that note, guys, have a good evening and see you tomorrow morning.
Thanks everyone for joining us. Bye bye.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
'21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. '21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail, and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto areas providing a world